One victim. Do I have audio? Yes, I do. Okay. Is this audio? Test it. Okay. Hello, critters. CR fishing tips and trick was number 1. Hello, TK, and Mark, and Splotchy, Radioactive, Ingo, and Ian, Maker Viking, Tripods Garage. The volume is low. It might have been the heater that I was running, changing the mix. Hopefully that. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle from Michigan. Yes, this is the same print from last stream. The prints came out with lackluster quality, so we're going to see what we can do about that. So something is goofy. It's just not a clean print. You can see here. The autofocus can't see that. See how it's just a bit of an ugly print? So we're going to see what we can do about that. Most likely something just got tweaked in shipping and we just got to straighten out the, my guess is Z-axis. And maybe we'll try out the laser today. Because I have a laser head for it. Snow's not too bad. We only got about 8 or 9 inches here. Is the volume better now, by the way? This is supposed to be curvy, but the problem is if you, let me get the autofocus there. Come on. Okay. If I get the angle right, see how the layers don't look very clean underneath there? Very dirty layers. No, I have not, Randy. Blow up the moon. Eventually, I'll hang that microphone up here and let it dangle down, just out of camera view. I am getting a new printer from Creality. They just sent me a message saying they're sending me a new printer. Let me show you what that looks like. I am mixed on wise cams. I used to suggest wise cams, bar none, the best bargain you can get on cameras. But they're starting to become consumer hostile. So, for example, I can't upgrade the software that I use on my wise cams because they took features away that are now part of their monthly subscription to get those features back. And I am not a fan of that. I don't like renting, and subscriptions is renting. And it's one thing to have a subscription service and add new features to that subscription service, but what they're doing is taking features away and putting it in the subscription service. For example, the thing I use quite often is when it detects motion, it records a 12-second video that I can download. I just, click download and I download the video. Now you can't do that anymore. So I have to run the old firmware and the old software version and then disable updating it so that I can continue to have my 12-second download option that I've always had for years. So I don't like the fact that they do that. Now, besides that, it is some of the best value you can get in home cameras. I mean, they're like 20 bucks a piece, and I've never had one die yet. The quality is fantastic. They're ultra compact. They're nice little units. I mean, they took away the person detection, but that wasn't their fault. That was licensed, and the license changed, and they didn't have the license anymore. So I've kept my cameras on that firmware so I can keep it. But I don't like when they take away features. Well, they all record on motion. The cool thing about the Wise cams was they had person detection. So they used an AI algorithm to increase the odds that it was detecting a person and not just any motion. So it reduced the number of false alerts you got, which is pretty cool. It's the Sermoon D1. And it is this one. Nope, that's not it. Oh well. So that is this printer here. So let's see, are there any specs? Looks like it's an enclosed printer, but not the top, which is kind of annoying because you want that top enclosed to retain the heat. No, not the amount of motion to detect a person. Like, it would actually use an AI algorithm to actually detect the shape of a person. So a bear going by wouldn't set it off, but the mailman going by would. And or a tree the size of a person wiggling around would stop setting it off. And it did this in camera, which was pretty darn cool. I mean, it wasn't perfect. There's a few times where it got it wrong, but it was pretty neat. True, but they should include the top cover because, I mean, that kind of makes sense. This one's a print size of 280, 260 by 310, so it's a decent build volume. What are the temperature specs? It says 250 or less, so that's their typical. I mean, this would stop drafts, and this also would keep hands out. So we'll see. It's got silent mainboard, 4-inch touchscreen. It's supposed to be industrial grade, whatever that means. But it looks pretty neat. So we shall see. But that should be all the way to be. Well, no, it'll still detect the motion and it'll still record the video. What it won't do is send the alert to your phone. If you go into the app and click on events, it'll still be there. But what it does is it separates out the ones where it thinks a person's there. And that's actually really nice because it says 250 temperature, so I doubt it's all metal. Oh, the extruder, yes. Well, the feeder, you mean. They're okay. There's a problem with Meanwell. They're trying to find an alternative to Meanwell, meaning another power supply equivalent quality to Meanwell, because Meanwell can't do it. They can't make enough to meet the demand that Creality needs. Like, the company Meanwell literally cannot produce enough power supplies to meet their demand. And so they can't use Meanwell because they can't buy enough of them to put in their printers. So they need to find an alternative. That's the issue with Meanwell. There's nothing wrong with the power supply. The company itself simply can't make enough of them. You know, that's just how many freaking printers Creality makes. They make a ridiculous number of printers. The Landy is what they're trying to use as an alternative. Exactly. Creality is requesting more power supplies than they can make. So Meanwell can't meet the order quantity that Creality needs. At least that's what I understand. I have no inside knowledge, but that's what I've been told. Actually, they don't care about the price in that regard. It'll probably cost them more to make another power supply equivalent to a Meanwell. You know, the Meanwell power supplies really aren't that expensive. You know, a typical, power supply is $30, $25, while the Meanwell is $30 to $35, and that's U.S. retail price difference. The price difference, bulk order is probably $1. There's probably no real price difference to speak of. The issue is Meanwell simply can't meet demand. You know, when it's something, Creality likes to cut corners for price. Obviously, any company likes to do that. You know, if they can make more money, that's what they want to do. But they understand the demand people have for the higher quality power supply, and I agree, higher quality power supplies are better. And doesn't have to be Meanwell, it just has to be spec. You know, if the power supply is rated for 250 watts, the power supply should put out 250 watts reliably and safely. So if they can find an alternative that does that, all the better for them. But at this point, I don't think it's a simple price game. It's literally a, we want to buy these from you, and the company's like, we can't make them fast enough. Huh. That's interesting. Hang on. VEXELABAQILA. That's consumer pricing. Yeah, it does look like an N3 V2. Nice screen on there. They chose a horizontal aspect ratio, landscape instead of portrait. Okay, the brightest orange filament I found so far is the Jesse PLA Mystery Orange from Printed Solid. Freaking amazing. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous orange. Another really nice orange is the Ultra UV orange from Atomic Filament. And if you want a softer, more subtle orange, it's really, really nice. It's a limited edition color, so you can only get it during certain parts of the year. But 3D Fuel has an autumn orange in their PLA Plus that is just out of this world gorgeous. And then if you want something a little more subdued in the orange, but more flashy, you have the glitter orange from Protopasta, which is also really nice. But that's more of a burnt orange coffee mix. But so far, the best orange I've found, the only one that I would call RBO, the Atomic is more neon, but the closest to RBO would be the Printed Solid Jesse PLA Mystery Orange. LD006. That sounds like a Creality. LD006. Is this an oversized resin printer? Oh, 4K screen. But is it monochrome? Yes, 4K monochrome screen. Cool. With a 192 by 120 by 250 build volume. Oh, I'd like to have that. Oh boy, would I like to have that. $750. Boy, that'd be nice. Now I just gotta convince them to send me one. What are we using? I gotta be careful opening too many browser windows. In fact, let me close these. Should be able to close that safely. I'll use the phone for any browsing I need to do. What do you want, kitty? What's the matter, baby? Huh? What's the matter, baby? Yeah. Jesus. I haven't had this phone connected to the internet in a while, so when you reconnect, it notification puke. Yeah. I want you to go away is what I want you to do. Why won't you go away? Why the fuck can't I stop you? Stop. Yep, just go away. Thank you. Gmail. Just go away. Stop being a nudge. Pretty good, Ortega. How are you doing? This printer is on Kickstarter. I want to say $500 or $600. Let's see. Yeah, $500 for the base model, and then $600 with 2 tool heads. And $900 with 4 tool heads. I think the 4 tool heads is a little high. The 1 and 2 tool heads, not too bad, especially when you consider it's a big build volume. Yeah, I got tired of trying to get that pink ceiling fan working in Michelle's room, so I was like, it's in the description of the video. So I decided screw it. She's getting a Hunter fan like the rest of the rooms have, and then we'll paint it pink. So we'll have a pink Hunter fan. So what is the... So the first thing that I suspect is this. That's probably this one. Nope, one down. 2.5. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So let me switch to spot view. There we go. There we go. Oh man, I watched that movie, Aaron Brockovich. Maybe we'll play with the CNC. It depends on if the software supports it. You know, it depends on how much prep I have to do as far as software. Plug the power. Okay. So a lot of the times it comes down to these parts not lining up correctly as to why you can't get clean Z-axis. But yeah, maybe we'll try the CNC if I can figure it out. Which Ender 3, which bed surface do you have? Layer adhesion is 3 things. Yeah, that's why we're going to play with the laser first, because that should be pretty straightforward. Okay. Now, something to remember when messing with the Z-axis. You too, Splotchy. You have a great day. Bed leveling is number 1. Contaminated bed surface is number 2. And 3, which is actually pretty rare, is just bad filament. Sometimes I had this one roll of chocolate brown filament that fucking shit wouldn't stick for the life of me. Nothing I did would allow that stuff to stick. I don't care what it was. Nothing I could do would make that filament stick. As soon as I changed out that roll for any other filament, it was perfectly fine. So sometimes it is just a filament, but that's very, very rare. I've only ever had one roll do that. Do what? Look at the wheels on camera. They don't look like they're aligned with the extrusion. The wheels look fine to me. This is a 4-wheel setup, but we are going to test the tightness of them. So what I'm doing now is I don't need to do that one. This one is not that kind. Sometimes you'll have creep, where the bed will shift position slightly over time. And then other issue will be contamination of the print surface. If you're using the same settings you used before, then it's probably not slicer. It could be slicer where you're going too fast, not hot enough. But again, that's pretty rare. So what we do is we remove the rod, and as you see, it drops right in. So I don't have to see. I can put it right inside the hole there, and it has a little bit of wiggle there. See that little wiggle? So that means I don't have to worry about. Yeah, that goes right. That goes in nice and smooth. So I am not worried about that. We're going to double check the other side. That confirms that the alignment between the lead screw and the coupler are correct, which means the stepper motor is in the correct position. If you guys remember the early Ender 3 days where you had to shim out the stepper motor, that's a very common reason for why you would have that problem. As far as sloppy Z banding. Then we're going to check this side. And once again, it does properly drop right into place. So I am not worried about that one. Hey, Rui Raptor. I haven't seen you in forever. Hey, DeWitt. The other thing is, go back to tried and tested. Ah, damn chair's dropping again. I still need to get a pipe to put on that shaft. Go back to tried and true. Put some blue tape down. See if it sticks. It could have a contaminated bed surface. This particular surface here, I've learned that you cannot use alcohol and stuff on this surface. It damages it. And eventually this silicon dioxide surface will stop sticking. So don't use cleaners on this surface. Just use soap and hot water. Until I confirm which cleaner is safe, I'm not using cleaners on mine anymore. Okay, now the next thing I want to check. How are we as far as height? Can I turn these? That one turns. That one turns, so we're not too tight. Something I check here is I will grab the wheel and I'll turn it. I'll just force the wheel to turn. And you want to be able to turn the wheel. There shouldn't be any play, but you should be able to turn the wheel in place. Force it to turn. If you can't force it to turn, it's too tight. And if it's too tight, you're going to have issues. Let's check. Same thing over here. Yes, I can turn the wheel. And yes, I can turn the wheel. It's a little tight, but I can turn it, which means the wheels aren't binding up. Okay. Next thing is, how is our gantry? That looks pretty damn straight. What I'm doing is I'm visually lining up the two vertical beams here. Visually, I'm moving my head back and forth until one disappears behind the other. And if one's, see if one, let me show you. So if it's lined up correctly, you notice my finger disappears. You don't see this finger. All right. Well, if they're not lined up correctly, you're going to see this finger sticking out. See how that finger's sticking out now? See how it's sticking out? You want that finger to be totally hidden behind the other one. So think of these as your two rails. If they're lined up perfectly, the one rail will disappear behind the other and it'll be flat. But if you can still see the flat side of one rail and to make the other one disappear, that means the two rails are crooked like this. And if the two rails are crooked, well, you're going to have Z-binding. So you want to make sure that they're both parallel and aligned up behind each other. And you can do that. The front and back of the rail should disappear. So if you look at that from this angle, let me see if I can show you. This is not going to show up very well on camera. So, see how I can see the front of this rail? So this shiny part, that's the front of the rail. That's this part of the rail, the shiny part. So you go along the side until the front disappears, and then the other rail should also disappear. If the other rail disappears, but you can still see this shiny surface, then the two rails aren't parallel. I mean, it's not precise. I'm just doing it visually. But usually that gets you pretty close, because usually if it's off by quite a bit. Hi, Nolsey. Where's Ender at? Oh, Ender's in the door. He's on the door right there. They love sleeping on that doorbed. And somehow, amazingly, they both fit up there. Like, they will force themselves to both fit on that thing. It's incredible. Because they're not little cats. They're 12-pound cats. Okay. So that looks good. This looks good. We are going to leave these loose. Are they nuts and bolts? Yes, they are. which means I do want to be careful not to have them too loose. So now what I want to do is, now that I have these loose, I want to run the axis up and down. Larry Flint? That name sounds familiar. Larry Flint, American publisher. Died February 10th, 2021. Oh, the porno guy. Okay. Wasn't he, yeah, Hustler magazine. Okay. Huh, I didn't know he died. Rush Limbaugh died? Really? Wow. Battle with cancer. Holy shit, he died today. Huh. Not exactly a fan of the guy, but still, dying sucks. Come on. Blocking the cooling port, which is just going to make it slow. The weather is improving here. The last few days were ridiculously cold. We hit -8 degrees Fahrenheit on Sunday. And what is that in Celsius? Convert -8 Fahrenheit to Celsius.
-8 degrees Fahrenheit is equivalent to...
That's -22 degrees Celsius for you weirdos in Europe. But yeah, it was bitterly cold. All my pipes froze, so I didn't get water back until yesterday. Thankfully, it's all PEX, so no damage. Yeah, I bet they are. I switched my power over to time of use, so my cost per kilowatt's actually going to go up 2 cents for part of the day, but then it's going to get cut by more than 50% the other part of the day. So I can program the electric car to only charge during the off-peak time, and then we can only turn on the hot water heater. No, I still do not have the pellet stove running. I'm going to have to do something I didn't want to do. I'm going to have to pull the stove away from the wall so I can get to the back of it. The problem is that requires me to disconnect the pipe going outside. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to reconnect the pipe myself. I might have to have somebody help me reconnect that pipe, because the pipe is fixed into the wall and all the parts are glued together. So you have to line it up perfectly and push it into the pipe. And the thing weighs like 600 pounds. So I can move it. It's just moving it with precision is tricky. So right now we're on electric heat. We had to use the kerosene heater for those 3 cold days, the 2.5 cold days. Because when you get to -8, all the electric heaters in this house is not enough. Hi, kitty. Hi, baby. But we were good. We kept it at 65 to 70. Cost a fortune. I used that mini split has consumed more electricity in the first 16 days of February than it did in the entire month of January. And we still have half of February to go. Yay! But starting tomorrow, we'll be back into the 50s during the day, which will help a lot. And unlike Texas, which is getting destroyed, Texas is just getting rocked. I feel bad for everybody down in Texas. Where the hell is the power switch? Is all the way in the back, isn't it? Yes, it is. And we are aligned. So I'm probably going to have to keep a spare brain board and a spare auger motor on hand. Well, we get winter regular we regularly get winter weather here, so our power grid doesn't go down in the wind. Yeah. Well, the wind turbines have nothing to do with their power problems. At least not a whole lot. Texas has two problems, and it has nothing to do with green energy. You see posts all over the place saying, "How's your green energy now?" when that has nothing to do with Texas's problem. First, only 7% of Texas power comes from windmills. 7%. All right, so that's not what took down their grid. What took down their grid is the entire goddamn state got snow and ice and single-digit temperatures, which is something that hasn't happened in 50 years. That's just not normal for Texas. And, well, you can't store energy. We don't have the ability to store energy practically yet. The only way you can store energy right now is molten salt, which is still theoretical, and batteries. Otherwise, we don't really have the ability to store energy in our power grid. It's just not how it works. Texas has three problems, and none of it has to do with green energy. First, their grid is undersized for their needs. They need to add capacity to their grid. They need reserve capacity to their grid. Hey, Day UK. Second, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it. Is that it was an unprecedented winter event that just doesn't happen. And it's not like it's not just rare. It's unprecedented. It is literally the first time in the entire history of the nation that the entire state is in winter advisory. The first time in history. It's never happened before, ever. And oddly enough, it's slightly related to global warming. As the poles warm up, the warmer air in the poles push the jet stream down. And when the jet stream goes down, the jet stream is kind of like a gatekeeper. So you have the Arctic Circle up here, and you have the United States here, and the Arctic maybe, but we're talking about the part of the grid that went down. Now, we're not talking about the entire Texas grid, because the northern part of Texas is fine. They don't have a power problem. We're talking about what's that, EPCOR or EPCOR, the power company that's having problems. That power company, 7% of their power comes from turbines. The whole state might be 17% wind, but the power company that's currently having problems in Texas is 7% wind. Well, here's the thing. In normal places, like you have places like Sweden and Canada and stuff like that who have wind turbines, and they're not having any problems. That's because you can winterize turbines. You could put heater packages on ERCOT, that's it. Well, as the poles warm, it allows the jet stream is kind of a gatekeeper that keeps that Arctic air in the north. If the jet stream goes down, that Arctic air can come further south. And so what's happening now is the jet stream did this. Dipped right through the center of the United States. And so all that Arctic air was able to come down that center. Nuclear is the way to go. I agree. So you can pay to put heater packages in the turbines to de-ice them, to keep them from having a problem in the wintertime. Well, Texas didn't do that. And it's not illogical either. I mean, they don't get weather like this. This is so freakish and unnatural for Texas that it's like living in Texas and saying buy snow tires. Are you stupid? The snow tires will literally rot in your garage before you will ever have to use them. These snow tires are only good for 2 or 3 years. You know, snow tires only make sense when you have winter. Well, Texas doesn't have winter. So for the same reason that a Texas car owner would never buy snow tires is the same reason that they didn't buy heater packages for their... Well, no, they'll probably never get this again. It'll probably be another 50 years before they get weather like this again. You don't understand. This is a freak event. It is unlikely to happen again. Again, people die. That happens. But you can't predict something like this. It's an unprecedented event. But the point is, their weather turbines work fine in the wintertime because they put the heaters on them. Well, Texas is in a location where that should not be necessary. And so they didn't. Why would you pay for something you don't need? How can you predict you will need it? How can you predict fucking, 1 degree air is going to come down from the Arctic and freeze Texas? Nobody can predict that. Now, here's the other problem with Texas. This is what actually killed them. This is what's actually hurting them badly right now. Texas is the only state in the United States that has its own separate power grid. That's important for you to understand. You see, when New Mexico runs out of power, we can borrow power from Arizona, from Oklahoma, from Colorado. When Arizona runs out of power, New Mexico can share power with Arizona. New Mexico can share power with Colorado. Because the United States, if you look at a map, I think it's 3 interconnected grids on the United States, where the grids of these states are interconnected. So they can power balance between the states. If one state is demanding more power and one state is demanding less power, instead of this state cranking up its power and this state wasting its power, they can just shunt that excess power to the other state and sell it to the other state. Texas can't do that. They have their own segregated grid. And yes, the private companies can sell power to other places. And but it's not the same as the interconnected grid that the other states have. And so the result of this is they don't have the power sharing that every other state has. So Texas can only depend on the power it produces in Texas. On the one hand, that makes them independent. On the other hand, they're kind of fucked when something like this happens. They're kind of screwed. And so that together, an unprecedented weather event, a power grid, no, not just turbines. Okay, if you think taking down 7% of a grid is going to cause this, you don't know a lot about power grids. A lot more than 7% of their grid is down. And it's because they have ice, snow, trees. I mean, the issue with Texas is now I'm getting into territory I know less about, so I could be wrong on some of this. But Texas's power grid is entirely privatized. There's no public utility electricity in Texas. There's not that I'm aware of. While most states, electricity is public utility, which is what it should be. I mean, electricity should be socialized because you can't have multiple power grids going to the same house. I can't have 3 power lines coming to my house. That's not practical. It's not necessarily stupid. You got to remember, Texas is huge. I mean, Texas is the size of like half of Europe. Not quite that big, but it's a big freaking state. I mean, can I get a map of that to show you? How big is Texas compared to Europe?
According to Quora, Texas has approximately 268,581 square miles. Europe has a...
Here we go. Okay, so Texas is bigger than France. Go away. Whatever the hell you are, why won't you go away? It won't go away. It puts this stupid thing up here, which is the question I asked it, but it's covering the goddamn picture. And it won't let me make it go away. What a piece of shit. So Texas is bigger than France, and France is a really big country. France is one of the few giant countries in Europe. Most countries in Europe are, state-sized. But so you take an unprecedented, first time in the history of the entire country winter event that nobody could possibly predict, and you combine that with a segregated power grid not prepared for that kind of weather, and not because they didn't do their job, but because they don't get weather like that. Yeah, it's the north part of Texas. So that stovepipe that sticks out of the top of Texas, that's actually part of the interconnected grid. No, I'm talking about physical size. From a physical size perspective, France is huge. So you combine an unprecedented first time in history winter event with a grid that is simply not prepared to handle that kind of weather because they don't get that kind of weather. It's not that they don't get it often, they don't get that kind of weather, period. And then you combine that with a slightly undersized grid that can't interconnect with the rest of the United States, and you have a recipe for disaster. So I shouldn't laugh. It's a serious problem. There are some people who have been without power for days now, and you have to understand, none of their homes are designed for cold. Everything about a Texas home is designed for heat, meaning hot. It's designed for summer. So all of their homes are designed for cooling, not heating. So their homes are horribly insulated for heating, and some of them don't even have heaters. They have a little fireplace to take the chill off on those cool nights, but some of them don't even have heaters. All of their pipes are freezing and bursting. I mean, you have just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of burst water pipes because, again, they do not get weather like this. So their stuff is not weatherized like this. Correct. Yeah, the west and north portion of Texas, that little west piece here and that north piece up here, they didn't lose power at all. 0 outages. It's only the EPCOR, I keep forgetting how to pronounce that. It's only that one power company that handles the east-south portion of Texas. And well, you guys get weather like this every single year. So of course, your entire infrastructure is they have no salt trucks. They have no plows. So they can't clear their roads. They're borrowing equipment from Ohio to help clear their roads. And because they don't get weather like this, so so they don't have this infrastructure because this is not normal. It's like saying, well, you should prepare for Mars weather when you live on Earth. Well, it doesn't make sense. Did the frozen fish in the tank water frozen inside the house? What? Minus 35°C. Ouch. That's a little bit cold. Wow, water main breaks. So that means the cold penetrated deep. Jesus. Yeah, see, that's totally freakish. Austin just does not see 9-degree weather. When was the last time you guys saw 9-degree weather? Especially sustained 9-degree weather. We're not talking about, oh, it's cold tonight, but it's warm again tomorrow. We're talking about it stays cold and everything freezes. Yeah, there's people who are in their homes right now with no power, and it's 14 degrees inside their house. Fahrenheit. Yeah, I bet. That's why I'm happy to have my impact gun, man. And snow! they're getting just ridiculous amounts of snow. And the branches come down, the branches take out power lines, the overloads take out transformers. You know, it's not turbines. It's the whole god. It's turning into an ice apocalypse through Texas. Wow. A fall hard enough to do that kind of damage? Well, of course, our planet goes through ice age and warming periods over and over again. Actually, it's not. It's a okay. Here's something that people don't understand: is that global warming doesn't mean hot. Okay, if your typical temperature is, you know, minus 10 Celsius, and then this year your temperature is minus 5 Celsius, well, it's warmer. It's still freezing, but it's warmer. So global warming doesn't mean hot. Global warming just means warmer. And oddly enough, it's global warming means more snow. Because like for example, we only got 8 or 9 inches of snow. And part of the reason we only got that little bit of snow was because it was so cold. Believe it or not, the colder it is, the less snow you get. Exactly, it causes weather extremes. So if our average winter temperature that is normally freezing goes up, it'll actually result in more snow. And people think that's counterintuitive, but it's not, because warmer air can hold more moisture. So 30 degrees Fahrenheit air will have more snow potential than 20 degree Fahrenheit air, because the 20 degree Fahrenheit air can't hold as much water. You ever make sugar water? And you know you can only put so much sugar in the water before it just doesn't hold anymore? You've reached what's called saturation. Now, if you warm up the water, you can put more sugar in it, because the warmer water has a higher saturation point. The same thing occurs with air. Warmer air has a higher saturation point. So 30 degree Fahrenheit air, or in Celsius, let's call that negative 2 degree air, will hold more moisture than negative 10 degree air, because the colder air can't hold as much water. And then, of course, you have two problems with climate impacts. You have global warming caused by the gases we put in the air, and then you have global cooling caused by all the particulate matter we put in the air. The particulate matter increases cloud formation because you have more particles in the air for water molecules to attach to, so you get more cloud formation, which causes the albedo of the Earth to go up, meaning the Earth reflects more solar radiation back into space. That's why if you have an extended winter, it's usually because you had a lot of snowfall. Like right now, 73% of the United States is covered in snow. That might actually extend winter, because now 73% of the United States is reflecting more solar radiation back into space rather than converting it to heat by absorbing it, because the white snow reflects more radiation than it absorbs. So the albedo of the United States is going up. And when the albedo goes up, temperatures stay cooler longer because you're not getting that ground warming effect from the solar radiation. And the same thing is happening on the other side of the planet. They're releasing so much pollutants into the air that they have increased cloud formation. Increased cloud formation means increased albedo, means global cooling. So these global cooling and global warming are fighting each other. That's why all the math doesn't work out. Because they're not taking into account both. So, it's weird stuff. It's very, very complicated. Let's see. Under utility, move axis, move Z. And now as I'm moving up, I'm checking the lead screws for any kind of wobble. And I see absolutely no wobble. That is a good thing. It's making noise, but it's a very quiet noise. This moves 0.1 at a time. So you really have to spin the dial a lot to get it to move. All right, that looks okay to me. Okay, that is what would touch that. Okay. So now let's go auto home. And that'll bring everything down. Now, the one thing I don't understand is it seems to pulse when it moves up. That might just be the way it's programmed. Because going down is nice and smooth. Now, something you're looking for here, as it's moving, what you want to do is you want to almost hide the lead screw. See how you can just barely see the lead screw? Now, as it moves, you watch that lead screw, and you look for that lead screw to be doing this. These are perfect. They're not moving at all. Okay, let's try auto homing again, which will bring it all the way to the top and all the way down again. What I don't know is what's making that noise. What's making that? I don't know why it's... I can hear it, but I can't feel it. I can feel it in here, but not in the stepper motor. Not a lot of torque. I'm able to make it skip. See, watch. Can I make it skip? No, it's dual Z. But I can hear a tick, 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 tick as it moves up the Z axis. Doesn't do it when it's moving down, though. Yeah, I do think it could use a little more power on the Z. Because I didn't have to put a whole lot of force on it to make it skip. Doesn't do it when it's going down. It's smooth going down. There's no tick, 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 tick as it moves down. I loosened the brass nuts. The first thing I did. The brass collars, I loosened them up. That's why I'm running it up and down. I want to get those brass collars seated naturally. No, he just gets probed regularly. Yeah. But backlash should only happen when you're moving up and down. Backlash is slack in the motion. So let's say you have 0.1 millimeter of slack. So you have to move 0.1 millimeter before you begin to actually move. But after that, you're good. So you should only have that backlash problem like when you're using Z-Hop. That's the only time that backlash should come into effect. You see that on the little X1 printer I have, the little orange printer, because it uses a belt for the Z-axis. So I have to tell it to lift 0.25 millimeters before I begin to print to pre-tension the Z-axis. And that gets rid of my elephant's foot. But this shouldn't have that because I'm not using Z-Hop. It's going up in one continuous motion. When it goes up, it touches one part of the screw, and when it's going up, it grinds on the other part. Yes, but that's only going to happen when you change directions. If you're not changing directions, that should never happen. Let's see if I can get ahead of this. Okay, I think it's programmed. It's not built in because I told it to move up and it's not doing the sound. It's moving up perfectly smoothly. So I think the tick 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 is programmed. It's the way it's powering the steppers in order to touch the top, because when I manually move it up, it does not do the tick 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 sound. So I'm going to ignore that as not a problem. My favorite print surface is the straight up, simple, semi-fuzzy, fake tack build surfaces that most of these printer manufacturers use. That's my favorite build surface. I put a piece of that on a piece of Wham Bam, and that's my favorite. It's about the same speed, but it doesn't do it when I manually move it, so I think it's part of the programming, how it's moving up. I think it's moving up in blocks, so it doesn't smash the head into the end stop at full power. And I think that's why I'm hearing it, because when I move down, I don't hear it, and when I move up manually, I don't hear it. So it's not mechanical, it's electronic. It might be intentional, but either which way, it's not the problem. So I'm not too worried about it. Rat rig. 500 cubed, huh? I want Ivan Miranda's new printer. Uh-huh. 1,000 by 500 by 500. Yeah, I want that. Cool. Okay, I am satisfied with that. Let's snug up the screws. Yeah, silver can be a bit of a pain in the butt. I watched that movie, Aaron Brockovich last night. Oh my God, that was a great movie. I have not used the Artist D recently, but I still keep it here on the desk because I want to play with it. Right now, I'm trying to get a dedicated space set up for the belt printer because I have some things I want to do on that printer. Why do you have to resist? Do as you're told. Okay. There we go. You can't leave them loose because the nuts will fall off on the bottom if they're not. Something disconnected. Thank you. Well, it's not his specialty, Linus. That's not what he does. Oh, man. You know what I'm in the mood for today? I'm in the mood for Doritos. I haven't had Doritos in like a freaking year, and I'm in the mood for Doritos. The Easy 3X1 is a junk printer, but it does work. And it is cute. And there's something to be said for cute. No dip. Doritos with dip? Ew. Too much flavor. I only dip plain like tortilla chips. Ranch is good. I like salsa. I especially like mixing salsa with cream cheese and sprinkling some Mexican shredded cheese on top. Yeah, that's good dip. Flaming hot monster munch. I'm not big on spicy chips. Ooh, garlic dip. That sounds good. If you can find them, a surprisingly good flavored chips, it sounds weird, but it tastes incredibly realistic, is grilled corn flavored chips. They actually taste like grilled sweet corn. I couldn't believe it. Spicy in, spicy out. That's good. I gotta say, this bed leveling mechanism is pretty ingenious. Hell yes. I think that would be absolutely hilarious. Do it. Hot exhaust. That'd be pretty awesome. Just make something. I think that'd be fun. WFO Rider. Hello. Really? Is it just the society is changing in what they desire, or are they just getting worse and they suck? What would I go with? If you're using features that are supportable by a Marlin board, I'd go with a Marlin board. If you're using features that require a duet board, get the duet board. But for most people, I think the duet board is overcomplicated and overpriced for what most people need. It's not bad. I just think it's way more than most people need. And I prefer to keep things simple. That's why you don't see me replacing boards and printers, because they work just fine. Although I do need to do that. A company sent me a replacement, a plug and play Ender 3 replacement board. So I gotta do a stream on that one day. Oh shit, I think it's doing a full level. Nope, it heated up the nozzle. But it has not heated the bed yet. Belgium banned our prawn cocktail crisp due to flavoring. Why? I actually like HP steak sauce. I got a whole case of it for $1. Like literally a whole case of like 12 of them for $1 at that store that I shop at in Bensalem, Pennsylvania that I really, really miss. God, I miss that store. I got food so cheap there. But yeah, HP steak sauce is good stuff. There's a difference in the Haribo from place to place. There's a store I shopped at in I'll show you. In Bensalem. It's kind of a scratch and dent store. So they get things that damage packaging, near expiration, stuff like that. And you can get food stupidly cheap. It's this place right here. It's right on the corner of Humeville and Street Road. It's where I worked at Papa John's. And when I say they have food stupid, like you could buy pig's feet and crap like that, all kinds of weird shit. No, not Ollie's. You know, they just bring out cases of stuff like this. Like this is where I first started getting the big bottles of ketchup for $1. You know, Heinz ketchup, the good stuff, you know, the quality stuff. You know, just they have stuff stupidly cheap. Like here, these I still have a tub of this. This is vegetable Philadelphia cream cheese. It was $1 for the whole tub. That's like $9 of cream cheese for $1. It's ridiculous. Here we go. This stuff here is 2 packs for $1. They just stupidly good deal. $1.25 for an entire jar of beef base. Here's chicken fingers, you know, chicken legs or whatever it is. They had all kinds of weird stuff too. I never tried chicken legs. It's like, yeah, I'm not eating that. But you know, $1 for a giant bottle of pancake syrup, you know, just stuff that would be on sale. Here's spaghetti sauce, 3 for $1. And that's not even a great deal. Yeah, see? 3-pound tub of Philadelphia cream cheese for a goddamn $1. Not off-brand. Philadelphia cream cheese, 3-pound tub for $1. It was difficult to use it all before it went bad. It was just so much cream cheese. Dog's milk? No, I have not. And here's soda crackers for $1, and there's the place right there. But man, this is in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. at this one single store right here. I got center cut boneless pork chops, $1 a pound. I bought 40 pounds. I got Oscar Mayer all beef hot dogs, not the cheap pork mix shit. All beef hot dogs, Oscar Mayer. 10-pound box for $10. Yeah. Ew, who the hell posted that? That's disgusting. With no bugger will drink it. Here's lemon lime juice for $1, and um, cottage cheese 3 for $1, fruit cups 2 for $1. Oh, this was great. This little thing right here, that's actual butter. And at one point they had them 3 for $1. Yeah, that's 70 cents a pound for butter. Yeah, good luck finding that kind of deal anywhere else. Just stupidly good deals, just ridiculous. I got corn, 6 for $1. Green beans, 4 for $1. I miss this place so much. Oh my God, the deals you can get here. See, they just bring in stacks of stuff. Just stacks and boxes and pallets. And if you found something you liked, you had to buy as much as you possibly could. I have no idea. This is 2,000 miles away back in Pennsylvania. But yeah, I miss that place. That place is evil. Let's get you a better view here. Probably a brat. Strawberry. Hey, did not give you permission to come out. Yeah, Pepsi Max is pretty good. Although my favorite is Coke Zero with a squirt of root beer. That's good. Doesn't work with Pepsi, only works with Coke. 2 flavors, Barks root beer and Coke Zero, just there's something happens when you mix the two and it works very well. And I mean I get a large Coke Zero with just like he hits the root beer for like 3 seconds. And it makes the whole thing taste like weak but good root beer. It's good, I like it. Bit squishy on your right side? What's that mean? I love Dr. Pepper. My favorite is Malibu. It's it's like a coconut rum or something like that. A spiced rum with coconut liquor or something like that. It's really delicious. I don't drink alcohol, so I buy a bottle of that and it lasts for like 2 years. Alcoholic Dr. Pepper, cool. I just got a new one, Malibu Lime. So it's a Caribbean rum with lime liquor, and it's delicious. Like I drink it straight up. What I do is I take the bottle and I take one swig of it, and I'm good. I maybe next week I'll have another sip. It was not fully extruded on the prime square. Oh, you're seeing the angle from the camera. Yeah, this is where it first started. Looks like it's a little low here. You can see it's a little too close. A little too close over here too. Over here is a little too close. So the mesh wasn't perfect. 5 Dr. Peppers every day? Well, sometimes you just win the genetic lottery. I don't know. If it lets you create an account, yes. And keep an eye on my Facebook. Every now and then, they do specials where they give, $4 for a sign up instead of $2. So every now and then they do that. Although the gold rush is over on Ibotta, they only give $1 now for referrals instead of $7. So that's over with. I almost, thanks to you guys and these apps, and by the way, any of you who have not signed up for Amazon Shopper Panel, you need to stop what you're doing right now and go sign up for it. It's Amazon Shopper Panel. It's absolutely free. It's from Amazon. It's legit. No scam. You get $10 every month. I don't get nothing for you signing up. Just go get the app. It's Amazon Shopper Panel. All you have to do is take a picture of 10 receipts a month, and they will give you $10 every month as an Amazon gift card. If we get the Z binding figured out, I'd like to try to play with the laser head. Yeah. Got the laser goggles, so hopefully we'll have some fun playing with that a little bit. Yeah, I'll never get drunk. I don't want to find out what happens if I get drunk. I don't want to know. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is US only. But Amazon Shopper Panel, if you're in the US, you get $10 a month absolutely free. All you got to do is take a picture of 10 receipts. They also pop up survey questions, which is literally a one question. It's a one question survey, and you get an extra 25 cents. So this month I got $10.50 coming to me on March 1st. Binding is when well, think of it this way. If you turn a screw into a nut, it goes smoothly in and it goes smoothly out. Well, if there's some burrs on the screw, when those burrs hit the nut, it's going to bind. It's going to stop. It's going to jam up on the burrs. And also, if your screw is bent and you try to screw it through, it's going to bind up when it hits the bend. If your hinges on your door are misaligned, your door is going to bind up when you try to open it. Same thing happens here. If the lead screw is not aligned correctly with the coupler, you'll get receipts for anything. Absolutely anything, as long as it's not an Amazon property. So no Whole Foods and no Amazon.com. But, I did a screen capture of an eBay receipt. It took it. Gas receipts, grocery store receipts, fast food receipts, anything. Any receipt. The only thing they don't take is like utility bills. So if you go and pay your electric bill and they give you a receipt, that doesn't count. It has to be a retail receipt. I don't know. We've been going through the machine, diagnosing it to find out where the binding is coming from. Now, there are many places where binding can occur. So you can get binding here at the coupler. This brass coupler can bind. This bracket can bind. The wheels can bind. The coupler down here can bind. the lead screw can bind if the stepper motor is not aligned correctly. If these vertical rails are not aligned with each other left and right, that can cause binding. So the first part of the stream, we just went through and checked all of that. And, you know, I confirmed the lead screw is not bent. I confirmed it goes into the coupler cleanly. The couplers are turning smoothly. The stepper motors are aligned correctly. We loosened the brass collars here, and we ran the printer up and down to make sure that was good. We checked the wheels to make sure they weren't too tight and they were sitting in the rails correctly. So we went through and checked all of that. Yeah, see, today it's only using 46% of the CPU, 40%. Is that what it's called? A traveling nut? That makes sense. It's a nut and it travels. Okay. I've always called it a collar. I didn't know exactly what it was called, but now I know. Thank you, Ethan. Marcus. Yeah, my sister's battery pack died. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it literally crashed. It's stuck with the screen on saying 100%. And it won't take a charge and it won't give a charge. And because it's 20,000 milliamps and at 100%, it'll literally take a small eternity for it to kill itself. No, it doesn't miss steps. No, I don't see any under extrusion. You're seeing the creation of the raft. So right now it's creating a raft, which can look a little weird. Acme tread nut. So is there a reset button anywhere on this? Nope, no reset button. Huh. So this thing literally crashed and there's no way to reset it. I've never had a device like this crash, like a computer crash. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would. These are usually US only programs. The reason you can get so much money is because it's venture capital funding. So these companies aren't profitable in the beginning until they build up a large enough user base. And so they use venture capital money to get people to sign up. DB3D Dan, thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I have almost a 1 year supply of cat food now, thanks to these programs. The Amazon Shopper Panel, Fetch, and Ibotta. Whatever money I make from those programs goes right into buying cat food. And once I'm done buying cat food, then I gotta buy cat litter. Because I want a 1 year supply of both. This way my kitties will have the same amount of provisions as the rest of us. The problem is if you actually freeze the battery, you could damage it. What I need to do is see if I can see if I can somehow get it apart. But it looks like it's pressed together. I don't even know if it's possible to take this apart. I wonder if I can access the inside here. I don't know where my knife is. I dropped it. And it disappeared into the abyss. This will work though. Let's see if I can get, maybe this is a cover. Sometimes the end is a sticker. No, that's not coming off. I don't see any easy way to get in there. Not without damaging it. Banging it can't hurt. Yeah, you know it's crashed because the display never turns off. I wonder if I press and hold. I wonder if it's gonna... Oh, it turned off. No shit. Did I just fix it? I might have just fixed it. I got it to do something. Nope. Still not outputting a charge. Okay. Let's try the other way. Seriously? Come on. Stop messing with me. Nope. I can make it turn off. And it does turn on to indicate that it detected me plugging something in. But it's not charging. So it might just be broken. I like LEDs too. I have a lot of LEDs. Huh. Yeah, it's bad. It just died. It won't output anything. It detects that I've plugged something into it, but it's not charging. So I'll have to contact the seller and see if they can replace it. It's a review item, so I can't just send it back. It feels smooth. You know something? I haven't checked to see if the review thing updated because we didn't get a drop last night. Uh-oh. Firefox crashed. I don't think I can check out your channel. They've taken away the ability to click on somebody's icon to check out their channel. Where's my phone? Oh, I can donate with Google Play balance. I just can't donate with the Google Play balance that comes from rewards. Like I had 48 cents in my Google Play balance. It showed me that. It said Google Play balance 48 cents. What it didn't show me was the $31.49 that I have sitting in my Google Play. It won't let me use that. It'll let me use any other Google Play balance, but not that one. It segregates that money. Which is really annoying. Well, I'll show you. So here we are in chat for my channel. So here we are. In chat. I tap super chat. I grab super chat. I tap super chat. I grab super chat. How do I put a period? How do I put a period? So as you can see, here we are at the screen where I can pick how I want to pay. So as you can see, here we are at the screen where I can pick how I want to pay. Wait a minute, it's letting me do it now. Wait a minute, it's letting me do it now. Now it shows up. They must have changed something. Oh, that's awesome. They must have changed something. Oh, that's awesome. Here, go away. 34. Holy crap. I'm going to lose 30% of it, but that's okay. Yes! Finally, I have a way of getting that money out of there. That's me. I was playing you heard the stream on here. I swear to God, that did not work a month ago. I tried my own stream. I tried other people's streams. I tried everything. It would always only, it would actually show me a Google Play balance, but it would only show me the Google Play balance that wasn't part of Google Rewards. That's awesome that they changed that. Oh, that thrills me. Thank you, me. I mean, so I'll get 7, 14, 21. I'll get $23 of that. But hey, that's okay. That's better than zero. Yeah, the 30% hit hurts. That's like, ouch. But the reality is it was free money. That's awesome. I'm glad they finally did something with that. Hey, Aztec Life. Glad to have you back. We like our victims happy. Yeah, that looks nice. But, you know, the layers look nice before, too. What's important is the Z-axis. I'm still going to try the iPhone trick. Apparently, if you are an Apple user, you can actually add a PayPal account and get the money that way. So I'm wondering, what happens if I log in? I mean, I have an Android, but what happens if I log into Google Rewards from an iPhone? Will it let me add a PayPal? I don't know. I'm going to have to try. The Sidewinder X1 is a fantastic printer. Very well made, very well priced, incredibly high quality. My only problem with the X1 is the ribbon cables. I'm not a fan of the ribbon cables because they are prone to damage and they are prone to failure. Now, that's kind of luck of the draw. My Artillery Genius, nothing but problems with the ribbon cables. My Artillery X1, flawless operation, never gave me a problem in the world. So I'm pretty sure it is, because people use it from iPhone. Yeah, see that? I mean, that price is hard to beat. What's that? $230 for a 334 printer, a very high quality 334 printer. Just be careful with the ribbon cables, especially when you insert them where they connect. Be careful. As long as you don't damage the ribbon cables, it is an amazing machine. So I have a couple of iPhones, iPhone 4s, I think. There used to be a program where you set it up as a dash cam. So I actually still have the magnetic mounts in all of my cars. And I would take this iPhone and go snick, put it in the magnetic mount, and it runs as a dash cam. And they would pay you per mile to record video. But it only worked on iPhone. And so each night it would upload all that video from you driving around. And because I was a pizza delivery driver, and because my job in the porno shop was 110 miles round trip, I was making good money on that. I was making $50 a month with that program. And but then they cut the rate that they would pay you per mile so low that it actually cost me more money to upload the video to them than I got from them, because you were uploading sometimes upwards of 30 or 40 gigabytes of video per day, and that gets expensive. And so I stopped using it because it wasn't profitable anymore. I couldn't make any money at it. And so I still have those iPhones somewhere. If I can find them, I'm going to try the Google Rewards thing with the iPhone. No, we never did any kind of house calls. Nothing like that. I gotta find a cheap source of cream of wheat. I just had some cream of wheat I got at the dollar store, and I forgot how good that stuff is. The problem is I don't have any service on an iPhone, so I wouldn't be able to send a text message. I literally bought those iPhones specifically to run that app because I was making $50-$60 a month. But then they cut the pennies per mile so low that it wasn't worth using it anymore. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure I do remember packing them away. I think I remember finding them and tossing them in one of the bins. But yeah, he stole the big ticket items. I cannot believe he stole all my laptops. Every single one of them. I had just spent hundreds of dollars building those. You guys probably saw it on my live streams back in Pennsylvania when I was building those ruggedized computers. I got the new black ones that were Core i5s. They were more modern, ruggedized laptops. You know, the military laptops. Gone. How many printers? I don't know. I've got to get more shelving put up. I got a whole bunch of shelves, and I'm going to start putting the printers on shelves. They won't be plugged in, but I can at least start organizing them on shelves. Yeah. You know what's scary? Just make something. I could probably do that. And that scares the hell out of me. My guess, 160. I know people who I think do that kind of thing. Like, I think I know that kind of people. And ouch. Just the idea that that kind of people exists is scary. that's the kind of thing that you never use because there has to be strings attached. You didn't upset me. That didn't upset me. Shit happens, you know. Yeah, that's a year and a half ago. That's 2,000 miles away. I've got 2 felony charges processing in the courts against him. He's fucked. So he made his bed. He can sleep in it now. So don't you worry. That didn't upset me at all. I think we're finally printing the actual object. Nope, one more bottom layer. Oh, yeah. Want to see kitty cats? We can see kitty cats. There's my kitty cats. There's my babies. They love each other so much. I will. Yeah, they're good kitties. We got so lucky with these cats. They get along so well together. They have such good manners, such good personalities. Absolutely fantastic personalities. Oh man, we got so lucky with these cats. I scared the shit out of Ender yesterday so badly. Oh my god. Oh, I've never seen him jump like that. I no, I think they're both from the same parent. I think they're both from the same mom, same litter. So obviously, we have 2 cats, so we have 2 bowls, and we feed them separately. And because it's wet food, you can't just leave a big bowl of dry food down because they can't have dry food anymore. Well, at least they can't have dry food as a primary staple anymore. No, I will not do the cucumber thing because I do think it is cruel. If you know it's going to scare them, to me that's just cruel. So Ender well, I have to watch him because he will finish his Ender's a fast eater. He'll eat his whole bowl of food in one sitting. He'll eat until he's full. Noel, he's a pecker. So he'll eat a little bit, walk away, come back, eat a little bit, walk away, come back, eat a little bit. He's a slow eater. And ice cream thing, no, I haven't tried that yet. The little brain freeze. Oh my god, did you see the cat that got himself with the rubber band? Oh my god, the way he screams. Oh, that poor cat. Sign lights, thank you for the £4. I appreciate that. Well, that's they call it when they peck at their food. Noel's a peck, 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 walk away, come back, peck, 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 walk away, come back. Well, Ender's just like, done. Well, the problem is when Ender's done his food, he'll go over to Noel's bowl, push him right out of the way, and start eating his food. So I have to sit there and watch him. And to make sure he doesn't take Noel's food. A picker, maybe, yeah. So now here's the thing. Cats are very intelligent. They're smarter than dogs. Most people don't realize that cats are smarter than dogs. And they are technically just as trainable. The thing is, cats have no problem telling you to go fuck yourself. The dog will bend over and lick your feet. The cat will tell you to go fuck you. And nibbler, yeah, it's probably a better word, nibbler. So, and also cats, well, they're animals, so they don't have the same kind of rationale as a human being does. Well, some better than some human beings. But one thing that they have an issue with is inhibitions. Like the cat knows, he absolutely knows, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And so you can actually see him. He'll look around to see if I'm paying attention. So he'll look at Noel's food, he'll look at me, see I'm looking right at him, and he'll go back to his bowl. But if he looks and I'm not looking at him, he'll go over and try to sneak into Noel's bowl and take his food. And so I'll sneak up behind him and go, "Rah! Get out of there!" And he'll go running away. And he'll come back and try to sneak in his bowl again. If I don't think Noel's going to eat it right now, I'll pick his bowl up and put it on a shelf so the cat can't get to it. Well, they do, to a point. If you, I don't know, this is the stock file. We're printing this. This one was a little bit flawed, so we made some fixes to the printer. We're going to see if that helps. I have full-on conversations with my cat. I'm not kidding you. We have back and forth interactive conversations. For example, I had this thermometer. I have these thermometers around the house so I can monitor temperature. And I had this thermometer in the bathroom so I could see how cold it got in the bathroom. And it was low enough for him to reach it. So he would reach up and knock it down. He would knock it off the wall so he could play with it. Anything sticking out of the wall he wants to play with. And so he would jump up on the bathroom counter, which is okay. He's allowed on top of anything he wants to be, except for the kitchen table and the kitchen counter. Those are off limits. Anything else he's allowed to jump up on. So he was up on the bathroom sink, and I saw him looking at the thermometer. And I knew exactly what he was doing. And I'd be like, no. And he'd look at me like that and go, well. And I'm like, no. And he'd go, well. And I'm like, no. And he'd be like, well, and then knock it off. I'm not kidding. We would have this back and forth conversation. He does the same thing when I see him get ready to jump on a counter. I'd see him doing the haunches, getting ready. I'm like, no. And he's like, well. And I'm like, no. And he's like, well. We have arguments. We have actual arguments. Cats are awesome. What it is they have their own personality. You know, they're not strictly obedient. You know, they have their own wants and desires, and they're willing to tell you to go screw yourself. Yeah, no kidding, Ronald. That's basically it. You don't own cats, cats own you. Yeah, just screaming at them doesn't help. You know, I'll raise my voice and yell at them. They're not pack animals, but they are social. Why the hell would it hold that for review? What the hell's wrong with that message? Cats are like women. YouTube held that for review. Dumb. They're not pack animals, but they are social. Yes, very independent. That's why I said we got lucky that these two get along very well together. They enjoy each other's company. It's not your fault, Sign Lights. You didn't do anything wrong. Oh my God, my dog. When I get the picture out of the bus, it's gonna go up on my wall. I took a fantastic black and white photograph of him. He's a white dog, so it works, black and white. Yeah. And my dog lived to 22 years old before he died. Oh, cats will play with anything. Anything that they can touch or move, they'll play with. And my dog is a Pekingese Shih Tzu, extremely intelligent. I mean, ridiculously intelligent. And oh, he was raised with cats. So as a puppy, he was raised with kittens. And so he had a lot of cat-like personality traits. He would do things cats would do. Just because he was raised with cats, so he learned the behavior from the cats. And when we got him, about a year and a half old, we got him. And he went outside and saw Brownie. Brownie's the neighborhood cat we had. I guess he eventually died because I stopped seeing him after about 15 years. But he went outside, saw that cat, and ran right up to that cat. Now, he had no malicious intent. He knew what cats were. He was raised with cats. He went up to that cat with the intent to play. And that cat said, "Fuck you!" Whack! You never heard a dog cry so hard. I felt so bad for that dog. He had no idea. I was a child. I had no idea what was coming, but he had no idea what was coming. He thought, "Oh, cat, let's go play." And the cat said, "Get away, beast." Oh my God. The whimpering he made as he ran from that cat. Oh, man. I was like, "Sorry, Teddy, these aren't the same cats you grew up with." I hope my cats live that long. It's probably about as long as I'll live, so that'd be nice if they lasted that long. I love these cats so much. It's looking good so far. But yeah, I got lucky. They're good cats. Oh, but anyway, now if they finish their food, I'll put a little dry food in their bowl, and just to hold them over until I give them their next serving of wet food. So Ender was eating out of Noel's bowl, which was at that point was fine because he well, I've got 5 if I don't get rid of this weight. If I'm lucky, I got 5. If I get rid of this weight, 2025 is feasible. But he was eating the dry food out of Noel's bowl. And I came up behind him and I had the sink going because the pipes were frozen and I finally got water to flow. So I left the sink on until it melted it all and thawed out the water in the line. And so the running sink meant he didn't hear me. Oh my God. I was standing right next to him. Like I wasn't even paying attention to him really. I was looking at the sink. I came over and I looked at the sink and my foot was like 6 inches from him. And he turned around and saw me and lost his shit. I guess he thought I was going to yell at him for eating out of Noel's bowl. And so you ever see the cat trying to run on linoleum, and can't get nowhere? He took off, crashed into the boxes under the table, tried to get away. And then when he realized it was just me, he came right back and I pet him. And I got a little coontail. I love coontail because when his fur puffs up when he's scared or when he's trying to be threatening, he puffs his tail up, and it's so soft when he does that. But I call it coontail because he's got stripes, so it looks like a raccoon tail. I scared him so bad. Oh my god! I think that was the second best scare job I've ever done to him. Michelle got the best scare job. He probably only has 8 lives left because the scare job she gave him probably took a life. She the still have this goddamn cough. It's driving me crazy. So the new cat water fountain I got, one of the new ones, I plugged it in before I filled with water. So the pump was loud when it turned on. Now, of course, it turned off right away because the sensor realized there was no water. And but it scared Ender because it was just this sudden, harsh noise from the pump as it turned on. And he jumped and took off. And I was like, oh, great. Now I can't get him to use this watering fountain because he's scared of it. So eventually he gets curious and he starts approaching the water fountain, inching, inching, inching. He's just inching little by little, checking it out, moving his head side to side. He's trying to see, is this a threat? Do I have to run? Do I have to attack? He gets almost to the water fountain, and Michelle, in a completely innocent action, reaches down to pet him, to comfort him. You know, thinking, it's okay, Ender. Well, he forgot Michelle was behind him because he was concentrating so hard on this threat of the water fountain that he totally forgot she was there. And the moment her finger touched him, he leapt 4 feet straight up in the air. You can see his body contorting as he comes back down, jumps again, crashes into the car, and takes off into the bedroom. Oh my god. That poor cat. She scared him so bad that his life counter went from 9 to 8. Oh my god. That poor cat. I think it was a full day and a half before he would go anywhere near that water fountain. Oh my god. He would give it a wide berth when he came out of the kitchen. Hello, 3D Spaghetti Mess. Yeah. Let me switch view real quick so you guys don't see me do this. There we go. Didn't want you guys to see me blow my nose. Yeah, that's a picture I use to yell at people when they talk stupid about masks. Take a read of that. That is basically how masks work. That's for idiots who don't understand masks. Well, somebody mentioned how it was very unprofessional to do that on video, and I agreed that it was pretty disgusting and unprofessional, so. I tell people, I'm going to whip out my dick and I'm going to piss all over you. Now, I want you to think of my piss as COVID-19, and I want you to think of pants as masks. If I take my pants off and piss all over you, how well does your mask protect you from my piss? Now, if I piss on you with my pants on, do you get any piss on you? Yes and no. I don't believe in too much hygiene. I believe in personal hygiene, shower, shave, clean, being relatively tidy. But I don't believe in being hyper hygiene, hyper clean, because that's basically what causes allergies. There's one classification of people who have a 0% incidence of allergies. Do you know what those people are? People who grow up on farms. No allergies. 0. So part of our allergy problem is our cleanliness problem. We're too clean sometimes. Now that obviously means you don't want to be walking around like a slob, but there's too much as well. Yeah. You want to be clean, but you don't want to be what's the word for it? Not narcissistic. What's the word for being too concerned with cleanliness? It's not cleanliness specific. It's fetishizing it is an appropriate word, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. Excessive would be right, but there's an actual word for it. I think I know what that is. No, not that word. I'll think of it eventually. When I stop thinking about it, I'll think of it. Germaphobe is extreme. I guess being slightly OCD about it, because it's not really OCD, but being a little too OCD, using it as a verb, that would work. Well, yes and no. Contrary to what people think, viruses are going to be an ongoing problem for our species, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. No, I can't say that. But viruses are going to become a worse and worse problem for our species. And we have to hope our technology advances fast enough to allow us to cope with it. The reason being is that viruses propagate by mutation and replication. And when you have mutation and replication, you eventually get things like viruses. Well, how much you get, how much of a virus problem you have, depends on how large the petri dish is. So when 100 years ago, when a town got hit with a plague, 1,000 years ago, it didn't really do a whole lot to the species. Because when you got a town that got hit with a plague, they all died. Or they all survived. But nothing got spread. The petri dish that the virus had to work with was limited. Today, we have 2 problems. 1, we have 7 billion people on the planet. 3 problems, actually. 2, we have indoor environments. So we have enclosed environments. And 3, we have the ability to travel all over the world. So now, when a person gets sick and they run away from that town, they don't get nowhere. They die before they get to another town. And also, the number of people in the town are limited. Today, you have 7 million people in one city. And those people can fly all over the planet within hours. And the cities they fly to also have millions of people. So the petri dish is huge now. So there's lots and lots of opportunity for generation, mutation, and propagation. So viruses are going to happen more and more often, and they're going to get worse and worse as our population grows and we travel more. Now, if we can social engineer proper responses from the population, we can mitigate it. But that requires the population participating. And you saw how well that worked. And believe it or not, it's not a United States problem. It's a world problem. Because if you actually look, people like to compare the infection rate of COVID-19 in the United States with Britain and France and Germany, and that's not valid. Because Germany is not a country. Not in this context. In this context, Germany is a state. Meaning when you compare it to the United States. To make a valid comparison with the United States, you compare the United States with the European Union. Because they're equivalent in both area, density, and population. And if you compare COVID results from the United States with the European Union, we are almost dead equal. Your European Union has it a little worse, but they also have 100 million more people. There's about 330 million people in the US. There's about 420 million people in the European Union. And so when you adjust for that difference in population size, we're almost dead equal. So even as poorly as we've handled COVID-19, we gain the benefit of having a more rural population than Europe does. And so it comes out about equal. So if the European and American populations don't get their shit together and start doing things that we should be doing because it's the technically, scientifically correct thing to do, and stop politicizing it, well, it's just going to get worse. I mean, it will destroy us if this happens every 3 or 4 years. And we don't know how to handle it. We're done. So we better get our shit together quick, or we got some deep problems. Not really. We've probably already passed the point of no return. Meaning, stopping polluting the environment is no longer enough. We actually need to start sequestering, meaning removing pollutants from the environment. People say, the planet goes through cycles. You got heating and cooling and heating and cooling. Yes, we do, but not normally in this small a time frame. We have done in 100 years what normally takes thousands of years. And that makes things just a wee bit different. Not man-made. This cycle would have happened anyway. It just would have happened over thousands of years instead of 100. So what's man-made is the speed at which it's changing. We've accelerated the process. We're printing another one of these. We're going to see if it comes out any cleaner. It's a little cleaner, but not by much. I wonder if it's the file itself. Now, people say, well, if it's natural and it's going to happen anyway, why do we need to do anything about it? Because it's going to affect us. You have any idea how much populated landmass we're going to lose if we don't do something about it? So, whether it's man-made or not, it's in our best interest to do something about it. Let's see. What was the... Let's use Ender 5. 0.94, 0.478, 0.2, 3 bottom layers, no top layers, 1 shell. Let's see, what do I have here? Okay, can't use any of that. I want to print something faster than a Marvin and bigger than a Marvin. I want to see what this layer banding issue is. Okay. Tools, variable, 0.6. Add location, split. So we're going to do this as a 3 by 3, 0.2 millimeters. And we're going to do this 1.4. Let's go skinnier. Layer. No bottom solid layers. Single outline corkscrew. 50 is fine. What about temperature? 60. Let's stick with 210. And let's stop this one at 210. Oh, I know why. That needs to be 1. And that looks okay to me. Let's stop this. Okay. Now, the only problem is I'm going to have to manually feed filament because my G code does not have the fill that's required. To advance the filament into the hot end. Now, I'm assuming green is number 1. Let's check this out. It is better. I see some extrusion issues, but the banding looks better. Extrusion issues is from Cura, so I'm not worried about that. But the banding is improved. Oh, wow. Yeah, big time improved. Holy crap. Oh, yeah. Big time improved. So I think we did fix it. You can see how, see all the banding on this one. Not the underhang issue. Not this. This is an underhang issue. That's an extrusion issue. Look up here. If you look up there, that's a big improvement. Yeah, see how this one here has all that banding and this one doesn't? Big improvement. So it probably was the brass collars, the traveling nuts, the brass traveling nuts. Actually, I think it's using blue. It looks like it just advanced blue. What the hell? Why is it upside down? How did it get upside down? That's right side up. I have to do it individually? Interesting. So I should be able to do that here. Why isn't it flipping? Transform. Flip vertically. There we go. Yeah, tomorrow I gotta... Oh, it's snowing! We're getting more snow. Yeah, tomorrow I have to process all that stuff. And all this stuff. Yeah, we're getting snow again. I'll take snow over rain any day. Although here, rain is very short-lived and not as nasty because it's so dry. Yeah, that's a nice improvement. That's nice and smooth. It even feels smooth. So I'm glad I was able to fix that because I really want to play with this printer. 6 feet of snow? Where are you at? I like snow. I would also get sick of it if it was 6 feet of it. I mean, I would love 6 feet of snow once. Can I baby step this? No, I cannot. Oh, we're not extruding. Wait, which one's pushing? Which one's pushing? Green is pushing. Did it advance the wrong one? I think we're extruding now. I don't have the appropriate scripts to properly run this yet, so I gotta kind of help it along. North of Montreal. Oh, you're way up there. We actually get a pretty decent amount of snow here. Like this year's almost no snow. It's very weird. We usually get a pretty decent amount of snow here. But it's a different kind of snow than, for example, Pennsylvania gets. Pennsylvania gets very wet, heavy, dense snow. Like, you'll get 3 inches and it's murder to shovel it. Here, I get 15 inches of it and I can blow it away with a leaf blower. It's that real light, powdery, crystallized, diamond-like snow. You ever go out and see that powder snow come down and the whole field looks like diamonds, like it's glistening? That's what we get here. I think it's stuffing, or it's just not extruding yet. Yeah, we're not extruding yet. I think I still need to push more. Why aren't we extruding? It's advancing. Did I cross jam it? Is the temperature okay? Yeah. Right extruder, 220. Wait a minute, we're not hot. Something's wrong here. Because the fan's not on. Like, the hot end fan is not on. Which tells me we're not at temperature. I don't like this flat screen. It's pain. And it looks like I cannot adjust left. No, not the parts cooling fan. There's 2 fans. Unless this is a single fan unit. Yeah, see, it's not extruding at all. Why isn't it extruding? It's just chewing into the plastic. It's feeding, but the hot end is not heating up. Something's not right. You know something? It said right was that heating up, but there is no right. Which means the slicer has the wrong extruder set up. Let's try T1. See, this is a dual extruder head, but there's actually only one head. And, well, the fan's going to be temperature controlled, and it's not turning on because the hot end's not hot. No, this is a dual extruder printer, but there's only one extruder. There's 2 feeders going into one hot end. And I think, from a code perspective, it was trying to heat up a hot end that doesn't exist. But it said it was at temperature. That's the weird part. So, yeah, like a Cyclops. So why would it heat up? What thermistor was reading 220? Yeah, they're, oh, okay, they're both at 0. No. No, this one's cooling down. I'm watching it cool down. They're both cooling down. I think it's just a matter of I need to pick a different. I use T1 instead of T0. We're about to find out because it is cooling down. So the thermistor's working, and it did heat up. So why didn't it extrude? Unless I jammed it. Oh, I hope I didn't jam it. All right. It is heating back up again. Let's pull this out. Oh, I can't. It's stuck in there. I think that was residual. I don't know. Let's get this blue well out of the way. I'm thinking it may have tried to advance the blue, and it may have jammed the two, so it couldn't push. Oh, I think I jammed it. Come on. Let me pull it out. Oh, I think I jammed it good. But I think I got it out, though. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I may have just nasty jammed it. Seriously? Why are you doing that? Why you gotta be a dick? I think I just jammed it. There it goes. Although now that I told it extruder 1, it might extrude the blue. You leave it alone, baby. You leave it alone. Nope, still doing a green one. Okay. It retracted. I don't know why. Leave it alone. He wants to play with the roll. Is it pushing out instead of in? No, it's going the right way. Why is it not extruding? It's at temperature, so why won't it extrude? All right, we have a definite air gap. It's like the stepper's not turning fast enough. I just extruded a bunch of plastic. I don't get the problem. Yeah, it's jamming up. But why is it jamming up? The correct extruder's turning. It's clogging up the hot end for some reason. And this fan's not turning on. This fan is not... Oh, there it goes. I'm thinking it's heat creeping. Yes, the nozzle's hot. I think it was heat creeping. And now it's jammed in there good. Yeah, I'm thinking we heat creeped. Oh yeah. Definitely heat creeped.
But now, I'm going to swap out to the single hot end. It's jamming in the hot end, and I think it's doing that because it did not turn on the cooling fan. And I don't know why it didn't turn on the cooling fan. Yes, the nozzle is hot. It's because it's clogging. And I don't know why it's clogging. It's something to do with my G code. No, it's G code. I think they have some proprietary script going in this G code or something. We can put this away. Ow, that's, oh yeah, it's definitely freaking hot. I just burned myself. Jesus. Okay. I think that is in there. Okay. I'll have to pull that apart later. See if I can get the jam out of there. Hello, Dragon Drone. Now, is there only one fan in there? I think it uses one fan for everything. I'm gonna try using their slicer, see what if I could see a difference in the code. Because that's what was happening. It was clogging up the hot end because the fan wasn't turning on. That's exactly what the problem was. I should be able to. Let's see if it turns on. It's heating up the bed. Let's see what this G code looks like. Let's see. I could just put this start code in my profile. Let's save as new toy 4-in-1. Yes, it has double Z. All right, it definitely heated up. Overshot by a huge amount, but the fan is off, and that's a problem. So yes, this machine has double Z. Script. Can I extrude? No, I cannot. What the hell is going on here? It won't extrude. Which means I already know it's not going to work. Let's try stock code. Not even going in. What the hell? Hmm. Utility. Wait a minute. I can't control temperature? So now I told this to preheat, it turned on the fan. So that is something goofy there. Oh, it's a PTFE tube. It's a coding issue, I know that. It does not want to feed. Do I have a... No. That's on there tight. The fuck? This is a wacky design. I hate proprietary. Why do they have to go proprietary? Why can't you keep it simple? That's all right. As long as we can understand you, it don't matter. You know, it's probably why it keeps the filament out of the hot end while it's heating up, so it doesn't heat creep. It's probably exactly why they do that. I tried to send my own G-code, did not work well. Why the hell would you load there? Yeah, they have their own slicer, but I didn't use that yet. And well, now the problem is that this thing's all jammed up, and I have to unjam it. And I don't know which bolts to undo. Uh-oh. Oh, no. There goes a bolt. Of course, it would be a blind nut on the inside that's not attached. Are you kidding me? Seriously, it's all the way in there, huh? Where's the goddamn screwdriver? I swear I put it in here. Oh, I guess I didn't. Must have tossed it in here. There it is. Yeah. Yep. It's still snowing right now. Yeah. I did jam that one too. And I think I know why. I think it's using the same fan for hot end cooling and parts cooling. Shit. Yeah, it's got one fan in here. So let me switch to a different camera view. So it's got one fan. Oh man, we're choking. So because they're only using one fan, I think that's why they keep the filament out of the hot end until that fan turns on, because it instantly heat creeps. Immediate heat creep. Because I was preloading the filament, but the fan wasn't turning on because it's the same fan for cooling and parts cooling. Not a good idea. It probably did that to simplify and make the hot end more compact. um, well, I should have listened to their instructions and used the slicer they included. I didn't realize there would be some special stuff in the start script in the G code. That's my fault, not their fault. As you can see, we've been printing without a problem. I did not have a problem until I tried to use Simplify 3D. Hmm. Wasn't that interesting? So I will not blame the printer for something that I did. That would not be fair. And I followed instructions, we'd be fine. But I didn't follow instructions. Yeah, it's because I ran too many programs in the background and I overloaded the CPU again. I'm running at 90% utilization. So I'm not going to blame them for that. That is my fault. Okay. It is totally modular. That's pretty cool. Oh, interesting. Oh no, that's kind of cool. It's a lined hot end, but it's got like a Now why didn't it pass from there to there? That's not clogged. It just didn't pass for some reason. Oh, it was just filament jammed in there. It was just a little bit of filament jammed inside there. That was the problem. This is pretty cool though. Oop. So, there's your heat break. I don't need that on. Let me turn it off. There we go. So, there's your heat break. And you can see it's got a piece of PTFE in there, just like Luke Hadfield's fix. And then this piece is the cap that goes on top. So this cap fits on top like that, inside the hot end. And that's what traps the Luke Hadfield style fix inside the hot end. That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty darn cool. So this one came to me already jammed. So not 100% my fault. I'm pretty sure that has to go that way. I forget which way that goes. No, it goes this way.
Yeah, it goes that way. Prone to jamming, but pretty cool hot end design. And that's also how they're able to just yank the PTFE tube in and out of the hot end without a problem. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. I'll give them credit for that. That's pretty neat. Now the trick is to get this plugged back in. That goes in here like that. That goes like that. It's a workaround that has a small issue. Although if you properly feed and retract the filament, that probably won't be a problem. There you go. I do like this modular hot end. This is pretty cool. What did I do with... There it is. I actually found it. You live and learn. That's part of what I'm here for, is I can make these mistakes and learn from them so you guys don't have to. You know what I mean? And now I can replace this one that I almost lost. There we go. So now we know. I'll give him credit also. It's pretty straightforward, taking apart the module and putting it back together. That was a very straightforward process. Okay. Let's get it back together. I have an address right in the description of the video. It's a P.O. box. Of course, add United States to that. There we go. That feels like a proper feed. I'm going to take the filament out of the hot end this time so we don't get any creeping. Okay. Heating the bed up. See you later, TK. Thanks for joining in. So let's take this one apart while we're waiting for that to heat up. So there's two screws here that are marked on the back. That one there. And that one there. See the arrows? You only have to take those two out to open this. Do not loosen the black ones because there are blind nuts on the inside. And my chair is sinking. It's sinking. Because my chair sucks. There we go. If I pull the fan, then we pop the heater cartridge and thermistor out of their sockets. And then we can take these two out on the back here, the two silver ones. And that'll pop the entire hot end right out of the back. One of the nicer modular hot ends I've seen in a while. Some of these, custom hot ends are a real pain in the ass to do anything with. So the clog was almost certainly going to be down here. So all we do is loosen this. This pops out, and oh yeah, there it is. That's exactly what happened. As you can see, the filament balled up right in the end there because my G-code didn't properly retract and push the filament. Yowza. You can see it's just like Luke's fix. So there's the piece of PTFE that goes inside here. I'll probably replace that with a piece of Capricorn later on. And then this holds it down. Pretty neat design, actually.
Yeah, we jammed up good. Man, I made a knot out of that. Well, the problem is to fix it, I have to go into Albuquerque and get a piece of pipe. And I just haven't gotten around to making a trip into Albuquerque yet. Okay, that fixes that. And that is the correct way. Well, I'll give him credit. Maintenance is straightforward and easy. I doubt PLA would hold up. As soon as I started turning, I would start tearing it apart. That was a pretty simple to take apart modular hot end. I will give them credit. That was pretty good. Now, my only complaint is that this is a little hard to line up. Maybe not. That was actually pretty easy looking at it from this end. That actually went together pretty easily. Yeah, if I follow the instructions. But then again, I had no way of knowing it was going to be special and proprietary, but it does say only use our slicer. We don't have profiles yet for the other slicers. So I will work on making a profile if I can. Did I strip that? How? It's aluminum. It's a customized version of Cura called Ecubware. It's just a skinned, heavily customized version of Cura. Well, that ain't good. It was actually stripped. I wouldn't want to try upgrading for fear that you would lose the customizations. Hmm. Yeah, that one hole one hole stripped. Gonna have to hope the one holds it. Okay.
Now is when we... There it goes. Come on, fucker. Now we're extruding. Gotta change my offset. Yes, I do. I like biting. Okay. And that extruder is fixed. Yeah, what happened there is that my G-code did not turn on the cooling fan when it heated up. And I heated it up with filament in the hot end. So it immediately began to heat creep, soften the filament, which allowed the filament to do a little twirly inside the hot end. And the result is, you got that inside the cup. And that was my fault. Now that I know how this hot end works, I know I need to turn on the cooling fan immediately. And I need to figure out their code for retracting and pushing the filament to keep it out of the hot end until it's ready to be used. So there, that one's good to go now. Yeah, it wrapped it. It's like a knot. You can't really see it in this because it's out of focus. But you can kind of see it. There it goes. Look at that. It's like a friggin' knot. And that's the teeth marks down here are from me pulling it out. But it softened up here, which allowed it to wrap around itself like that. That was my fault. That's how I threaten my cats. When the cats don't behave, I just look at them and say, Chinese food. And they get the message real quick. I got a pimple on the side of my nose, and man, do they hurt.
They are painful. I hate when the chair is so low to the ground. Hurts my legs. I'll fix it. What version? No, I don't want to load it. It'll mess up my stream. I could probably get away with loading it real quick. Yep, it's working good now. It was my fault. Well, the single color hot end was their fault. That came with a plug inside there. So they jammed it when they shipped it. The dual color hot end, that was my fault. Incompatible G code. Oh, I don't know what version. This is totally custom. Even the version numbers are changed. It says 4.2.1 Ecubware. Maybe this is not Cura? It looks like Cura. Patting the kitty.
Did you hear that noise that came out of him?
Did he?
Yeah. Right, it thought so. You got two packages out there.
Yeah, no.
One looks all messed up.
It don't matter.
It could be the new one. Receipt coming yet.
It's interesting. It should. Whoa. It should be at 210 now. Why did it drop down to 200?
It's not.
I don't want to load the software again because it brought me up to 80% CPU again. I don't know. Whatever magic sauce they have running in the background, the others haven't figured out yet. You can get the same results from the other slicers. It just takes a lot of tuning on your part to figure out what settings to mess with. And I'm at the position now where, why bother if it just works fine? You know, I don't want to mess with trying to tune another slicer. Although I am messing with Ideamaker because it works with the belt printer. Simplify 3D handles a lot of stuff automatically in the background, meaning things you can't change. It's part of why it's called Simplify 3D. And whatever it is they're doing in the background works very well. Yeah, Ideamaker's not too bad. I haven't tried Ideamaker on a regular printer yet, though. I'll have to do that.
Because there's no reason. I think you meant to say Prusa. There's no reason for Prusa to hook me up with anything. I mean, I don't have a big enough following to get them any kind of significant sales. And they use word of mouth. They don't have to send out printers to anybody. In fact, I don't think they send out review printers to anybody at all. Even Joel Telling. He's got 300,000 subscribers. They didn't send him one. He had to buy one. So when you have that kind of a following, you know, that Prusa has, you don't have to send out review units. I don't blame them. Why waste the money sending them out if you don't have to? Simplified 3D is probably not going to be updated again. I hope it does. I really hope we get 5.0. But my gut tells me we're probably not going to see an update for Simplified 3D. Yeah. Oh, because of the Brexit thing? They probably have to wait until that gets sorted out. Oh. I didn't know that. But then again, he has what, 10 times the followers I do? More? Man, if I can get to like 4,000 or 5,000 views per video, whew, I'd be doing pretty good. That's my fault. I gotta make the right content. That's kind of cute. I'm gonna keep that. Wow. A 1,000? There's something wrong with that. That doesn't make any sense. There's no reason why it would be that high. Oh. So they just made it a high price so people would stop ordering it. Okay. Yeah, I've seen sellers do that on eBay. Make it a ridiculous price so nobody would order it. You see, now that's looking like a clean print. I think we totally fixed the banding issue. That looks clean. I'll have to wait till I pull it off to verify, but it looks very clean. What do you see, kitty? Huh? Kitty's all staring out the window there.
Oh, he sees the snow coming down. You watching the snow, baby? Huh? You watching the snow? No link, just something. YouTube took it out. Is that eBay? What is that ID number for? Is that for eBay? Okay. It says no exact matches found. Oh, wait a minute. That's going to be UK. There it is. I should have one of these on the way to me. They told me they're going to send me one, so I should be getting one of these. I wonder if anything new popped up. Ooh, I think we got new stuff. No, but fewer pages. I can get some Among Us pins. Those look kind of cool. Yeah, why not? Nothing else new, huh? Very strange. Pins are very expensive. I've looked into getting pins made. I would love to get the little cat. But pins are very, very expensive. It won't show me the postage on it because I'm in the US. Yeah, someone made me stickers. I got some stickers. What was that the T3D? The gentleman up in Calgary, I believe. Yep. Because you changed your name. That's right. I keep forgetting you're the same person. I'm used to the K3D guy. True, I could make plastic pins. Look at a cat climbing up the door. Get a little stretch, baby? Huh? That stretch feel good? Wow! I guess they had somebody dumb enough to order it, so they made it even higher. Agreed. Since it's basically an Ender 3, although it does have a color screen. But yeah, I would, at that price, I'd go with the Ender 3 as well. You could buy almost 2 Ender 3s for that price. Hey, Michael. How are you today? How is this looking? Oh, that looks clean. I see a little vibration. Not much. You have a good night, man. Well, technically I have a CNC. This has a CNC head. And the CP01 from Creality also has a CNC head. But I have not played with them yet. I'm glad I was able to get this easily fixed so that it prints cleanly. It was just the brass couplers need to be loosened and retightened. That's it. The travel nuts. Because I like this machine. It's kind of nice. Built like a friggin' tank. Yeah, that's what I want to do too. That's actually I guess I need a lathe more than anything else because I'd like to make like aluminum nose cones and stuff like that. But a CNC would be nice because then I can make aluminum bins. There'd be interesting things I could do. I love that movie. Oh, another movie that you're gonna want to watch. Actually, I think it's a UK movie. It's a movie called Absolutely Anything. Freaking hilarious. It was so freaking good. That was just a damn well done movie. So if you're looking for some movies to watch tonight, check out Absolutely Anything and Erin Brockovich. Two absolutely fantastic movies. I hope Congress sticks with its guns for this $15 minimum wage increase. I'm actually more than the minimum wage increase. I'm looking forward to the elimination of tip credit, which is just criminal theft that's been legalized, and the attachment of minimum wage to inflation. Two things that have been desperately needed. That's not normally a movie I would watch. The only reason I watched the movie is I saw a clip on YouTube that was fascinating. It reminded me, what's that, something Vinny? That movie with the girl who's really good with cars, and they didn't believe she was good with cars,
And so she rattled off a whole bunch of crap about the trick question he tried to ask. Well, they did a similar scene in Erin Brockovich where she memorized all the phone numbers and details about the cases he was involved in. And that got me interested. I was like, you know, that looks kind of cool. And so I downloaded it. My cousin Vinny, I think it was. I think it was My Cousin Vinny. Except Erin Brockovich is a bit more serious. And just phenomenally well done. Just so well done. I was really, really impressed with how well done that was. I know. Kick their asses. Literally murdering people to save money. Screw people like that, man. Well, see, the thing is, what do I make? Let's see. Probably about $500 a month after costs. Divided by... I make $3 an hour. I was making about $8. Then COVID hit. And, so I make about, $3 an hour effective if I amortize that out over a 2,000 hour work year. And, but, you know, when I go to $6 or $10 or $15 or $20, that all gets to stay with me. I don't have to split that with the company, so to speak. You know, you got YouTube and stuff like that, but you get the idea. Meaning, I start off making crap, but I could potentially make a lot more. And I don't have to suck anybody's dick for it. I tell people that you have to understand that a minimum wage of $15 is actually only increasing the minimum wage to $4.73 an hour. That's it. $4.73 an hour. And because you have to remember that we have something called inflation. So in 1980, minimum wage was $3.10 an hour. Today, minimum wage is $2.28 an hour. Now, before somebody says no, the federal minimum wage is $7.25, which is actually $2.28, because the rest of it has gone to inflation. So in 40 years, minimum wage has actually gone down, even though productivity is skyrocketing. So profits are through the roof and productivity is through the roof, and we've decreased minimum wage from $3.10 to $2.28. So making minimum wage 15 would just be increasing minimum wage to $4.73 an hour. And I don't think that's unreasonable. In fact, in most parts of the country, that's still borderline too low. Tripod's Garage. Are you keeping your victims happy? Are your critters enjoying themselves? All three of those movies were fantastic. You gotta learn to do that three-legged stance. Like the Mars tripods. I doubt it. It's definitely not a standard nozzle, but I don't think it's hardened. You could tell it's a little bit of an oddball. It's a cone with a cylinder on the end. It's kind of weird. But I don't think it's hardened. This print's coming out fantastic. I'll show you a close-up when it's done. So we definitely fixed the banding issue. That was just something got jostled in shipment. This hot end jammed up because I tried to run incompatible G-code on it. That was my fault. As you see, it was pretty easy to take apart and clear. This one actually, however, came with a jam already in it. What did I do? There it is. So that one there came from the factory with a jam. So they tested that, and they didn't clear out the filament correctly. And so when I shoved my filament in, it just jammed up against it. But as you can see, it's working fine. The coating is worn off. I've never seen one of these wear off. Switch to Wab Bab. Oh. Put a magnetic flex plate on there with whatever print surface you're comfortable with. You'll never go back. Matter of fact, I'm kind of annoyed that this here is glued on, so I can't put Wham Bam on here. It's supposed to be magnetic. Hopefully they'll do that when they ship them. Because I'd like to put a piece of Wham Bam on here. You got the single extruder head. You have the 2-into-1 head. You have the laser head, and you have the CNC head. So 4 different heads. I'd really like to see them do a high temperature hot end. So an all metal hot end. They wouldn't have to change much. They'd only have to change the heat break part. And it would definitely need different cooling. But I would really love to see them do a high temperature hot end. Well, the problem with putting a flex sheet on the glass is that you're adding more mass. One of the advantages of being able to remove this is I can get rid of it. And I can lower my overall mass. You have a great night, DB3D Dan. And thank you for joining in. Hi, Dolzy. How you doing, baby? Oh, you get a good stretch. Did that stretch feel good, baby? Yeah. You're such a good boy. No, I have not. I was hoping to get to the laser today, but we're not going to. So I'll get to the laser later on this week. And then maybe I'll try the CNC. It all depends on if the software supports it. Yeah, big time. I had a lady in the grocery store guess my weight yesterday. She said 225. I was like, ma'am, that's how much I need to lose. Although I guess the correct word would be decrease my mass, because you can always just lower the mass and still have the same mass. Nice. Carmine red. What is that, a filament or a paint? Pet G, okay. Who sells that? Is that a Prusa filament? Prusa, yeah. Hopefully they eventually get restocked in the US, because I like their filament. They got some nice colors. I especially like that iridescent brown they have. I forget what it's called, but it's the brown that has an iridescent sheen to it. They also have a green version, but I really like that iridescent brown. It's surprising how good brown filament can look. If you want another brown filament that's out of this world, try that coffee filament or whatever it is, the espresso from Protopasta. That is amazing filament. Huh. That's weird. Well, maybe not. Postage in the US has gotten very expensive. I can't visualize what a fluorescent brown would look like. I can't picture it. I mean, what is a bright brown? Khaki? Yeah, for real. I need a 4X, and it has to be a US 4X, not a Chinese 4X. Oh, that's tomorrow, huh? Boy, I hope that works. Not only is it going to do a propulsive crane drop landing, but it's also got a little tiny helicopter on board. They're going to try to see if they can make something fly on Mars. Considering it has 1% of Earth's atmosphere, that's going to be a hell of a feat.
There's another group who's working on a rocket plane for Mars. I wonder if they'll ever get that going. Cool. Mark Roper makes good videos. I like his channel. I like his glitter bombs for porch pirates. That is a pretty nice filament, actually. I like that color. Is that a Jaffa reference, Travis? Yes, I saw the squirrel obstacle courses. Squirrels are awesome. I would love a pet squirrel. Man, would I love a pet squirrel. Squirrels are just so damn smart. Indeed is something that Teal on Stargate would say a lot. That was kind of his catchphrase on Stargate SG-1. I thought maybe you were making a Stargate reference. We do have squirrels around here, but they're not super common. Which kind of makes sense. There's a lot of predators for them and not a whole lot of places to hide. Yeah, fluorescent green apple. That's a good description. Is it? Oh, really? Squirrels are high all the time. they have a permanent crack production in their brain. A little crack drip at all times. Up in Michigan, they have black squirrels. Man, they are stunning. And then, is it Asia? I don't know who has it, but there's these other squirrels that are like red and umber colors, and they have these like pointed tufts on their ears. Really cool looking. Hello, Grizzlyak. Apple bunker figures. Never heard of that. And then you have that cool critter they have in Russia. It looks like kind of it looks like a shorter ferret. They're usually black. I forget the name of it, but they're really cool critters. Adjust the camera. Oh, yeah. Nope, never heard of them. Aren't they beautiful? Bunkers from the Yellow Submarine. See you later, Philibert. Thank you for joining in. And you have a good night's sleep. We're going to be stopping as soon as this print's done, so probably about 10 or 15 minutes. Chevy's coming out with a couple new electric cars. They're updating the Bolt, and they also have the new Bolt EUV. It's a SUV. It's the first 250-mile electric SUV for under $35,000. I mean, it's 10 times more than I can afford, but still, it's getting closer. You have no idea how many Amazon boxes I go through. I mean, that's a stack right there. There's another stack behind here, and there's another stack over there you can't see. You can see part of it. That's stuff that I haven't opened yet. It's crazy. I get so many packages. It drives me nuts. And I haven't been to the post office in 3 days, so I'm probably gonna fill the car when I go to the post office today. All right. Yeah, I fill entire trailerfuls of cardboard. Like literally, I have a trailer dedicated for trash, and I fill it with cardboard like every week. It's sometimes depends on what I'm getting. If I get a lot of the envelopes, then I don't get so much cardboard. But when I get these boxes, Jesus. Although the bigger boxes, people will come to me and take them off my hands. And I just found out that the little boxes about this size, the local food pantry will take those. So the food pantry is only 3.2 miles away versus 14 miles away. So I'll take it. Theoretically, it should be a wipe. I'm cutting back big time this year just in case. But in theory, because I do it for a living, so these products are business purchases for me, it should be a clean sweep. Meaning the tax, it's not the income I get from Amazon for these products should be wiped by me buying these products. Because they're for business. I made $6,000 last year on affiliate income from Amazon. So it's not like just a hobby for me. It's how I make my living. And so I should be able to write off everything I get from the review site on my taxes. So it should be a zero net effect. Hopefully. Yeah, because if I actually owe tax on what I got last year,
That's $9,000 I don't have. That's more than I made the whole year. So I better hope the taxes are done right. Because otherwise, me and the IRS are going to have a very uncomfortable conversation. Uncomfortable for me. It shouldn't even be taxed like that. It's a weird loophole in the tax system that's messed up. I had to blow my nose again. Oh, I got a new toy coming in though. You know how I got the Fingermatic 3000? The little lop off people's fingers. Well, if you got to lop off entire limbs, I got one of those little micro chainsaws. Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. I've been wanting one of them ever since I saw that Bosch one on AVE when he had that little tiny chainsaw. So I finally got one coming in. I'm super excited for that. I also got some new doorknobs that are biometric. So yeah, use your fingerprint to unlock them. I thought that was pretty cool. Normally, I avoid door locks that also use a key. Like my door lock here, there's no key for my door. Like there isn't even a keyhole anywhere in my door. That handle on the bottom is a passage handle. It's just a latch. There's no key, and the top is strictly electronic. You have to punch in a code. There isn't even a key backup, and saves from ever losing your key since there is no key. And the handles use a key, but they use high security keys, so I'm willing to be okay with that. They don't use the standard Schlag or quick-set keys that you can freaking bump key them and get into any house you want. I mean, those keys really aren't much security at all. Yeah, he loves that window spot. They both do. It's getting there, 77%. It is almost done. What happens during a power outage? The power goes out. What do you think happens? All this is on UPSs. Even my mini split's on a UPS. It's only got about a 5-minute reserve, but that's okay. It's enough for those blinks. Actually, this is not plugged into a UPS right now. I do not have a UPS in the loop on this. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Nope, I'm going direct. I should plug it into that UPS right there. Any of you guys in Texas? Well, I guess you probably wouldn't be here if you were. You wouldn't have power. But yeah, Texas is getting hit really hard. Oof. Oh, so you have power. That's good. It's a genuine threat. I mean, there's a lot of people who are seriously at risk because, I mean, they are just not equipped for this kind of cold. The utilities aren't equipped for it. Their homes aren't equipped for it. The people aren't equipped for it. That's good. That's very good. That's cool. So it's a critical circuit. That's good. They want to keep the fire station and school powered up so you get the benefit of that. It's nice. Yeah, seriously. I was wondering, how many people don't even have warm clothes. Yeah, even a power wall wouldn't help you in this situation because the one thing you really want, the power wall can't really give you heat. Jeez. Well, that depends. You got a good quality down-filled jacket. That's warm. Yeah, if you can't clear the solar panels. Plus, most people can't actually use the power from the solar panels. Most people have what's called a grid tie-in. That's where the solar panels feed the electricity back into the grid. But that means you have no access to that power directly. Like you can't plug anything into it. You'd have to wire it up differently for that. That's why I keep the kerosene heater. Even though it's expensive as hell, it's a heat source that's actually capable of almost heating this entire house by itself. It'll definitely keep the whole house above freezing. And it doesn't require any electricity at all. It requires no external power source except for fuel. And very, very efficient. 5 gallons will heat this house for 2.5 days. Yep, you could do that. It's one of the reasons I'd like to get natural gas here as well, is to have a whole house generator powered off the natural gas. Be very handy. Well, you have reserve water, don't you? I always have about 30 gallons of water on hand. So as long as the interior of the house stays above freezing, the water stays above freezing.
I have a water buffalo, and I think I have 6 of the 5-gallon containers. Yes, that's 30 gallons. And if you know weather like that's coming, fill up containers with water. You know, enough for cooking and drinking. You almost can't see the top there. It is just about done. Yeah, 38 hours will defeat any insulation. You need to add heat to that. Well, just remember, once the pipes freeze, you can't get that water out of the hot water tank. Because there's no pump in the hot water tank. It requires the water from the outside pushing the hot water out. So if the water coming in stops, then you can't get any water out of the hot water. Oh, yeah. They're big kitties. I haven't seen you in forever, Emery. My sister's getting snow in Nashville, Tennessee. They're getting another 2 to 5 inches tonight. We got about 8 or 9 inches, but it's super fluffy stuff. You can drive right through it. It's not a problem. And see, there's the other problem with Texas. Nobody has snow tires. Because why would you get snow tires in Texas? You don't need them. So that makes driving even more risky. They had a picture of a guy's F-150 sliding sideways down the street. Oh boy. Just stay off the road. Yeah, here it's very, very dry snow. It doesn't get thick and clumpy. It's like powder. There it is. Congratulations. That's the problem, is that people don't realize a properly equipped truck means you can go out in these conditions driving correctly. It doesn't mean you can drive like normal. That's when you get in trouble. Yeah, if you ain't got the right tires, 4-wheel drive ain't gonna help you. That's not bad. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. That could be the filament too. That's a very consistent like texture I see in the print. And that is entirely possible for that to be the filament itself. But now I look forward to doing something else in 2-color. Now that I got that sorted, doing another 2-color print would be fun. Oh, I doubt it. I didn't code this for that. Actually, it is. I got a little tiny leak. Right here. I got a little tiny leak right there. I actually didn't code this for airtight, so I'm surprised it's that close. Not bad. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look as good as other printers. But that could, again, that could be the filament itself.
Not bad though. I'll probably retry the 2-color one and see if it comes out better the second time. Now that I have the Z binding taken care of, so I'll see if that comes out cleaner, and then I'll slice something myself for 2-color. Maybe I'll do that 2-color water dragon. That thing looks pretty cool. Alrighty, guys. It's about 4 o'clock. Time to get out of here before Michelle turns the TV up louder and gives me a copyright strike. The third season for Attack on Titan. That third season's out, so I was thrilled to watch that. And if you haven't seen it, that Amazon exclusive series called Upload, holy crap, was that good. For a relatively low budget show, I'm impressed. The story was great. I can't wait for season 2. And 2 more days and we get the new season of what was it? For All Mankind. The alternative history where the Russians beat us to the moon. Oh, I can't wait for that. That looks so good. So I'm super stoked for that. But I will I will see you guys later. I will see you next week. We have I don't know. This weekend I'm going to try to play with the Laserhead and try that out. Well, Orville got delayed because of the COVID thing and the change in hands of ownership. So there should be more Orville coming. There's also more Discovery coming, more Picard coming. What's the other show that got delayed, but they just restarted production? What was it? There's another show that just it was delayed a year because of the COVID thing, and they just restarted filming as well. But yeah, it'll be fun. I will see all you guys later. You guys have a great night, and thank you so much for joining in. Thank you for using those links. I hope we better get a season 3 of Lost in Space. I'm really enjoying Lost in Space. But thank you for supporting my channel. Thank you for using the links in the description. I appreciate it. Thank you for those who donated during the show. I appreciate it. And thank you so much to the people who are still with me on Patreon. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys have a great night.